Good morning. All right. Can MSTR be stopped mechanically if they keep buying options? Not really. More bearish is approaching. Bearish. Bearish is confirmed. Yes. When bullisher? Bullisher was already there. It got changed to bearisher after we bounced off of it. Imagine if someone said 58, 55, 60, and then called the bounce too. Huh. Because ish. I pay that person a monthly subscription for a country club membership. Nice. That's what I like to hear. Imagine if someone said win down. Well, that's going to drive the market up. I think literally as you typed that, you created a green candle. What's up, BMG? Good morning. Win down. World War III avoided long 5950C 0 DTE. We're a long way away from there. Traded successfully with GS support without your help and went well. Perfect. That's exactly what it's supposed to do. It's pronounced bearish. One of my puts so bad. I know you do. Is Carvana up today? Carvana looked bullish yesterday. Maybe it's getting ready to go to 300. Anyone still long root? Carvana down today. Too many sold calls at 50. Hey, Popcorn, at least you're not the only one short selling Carvana. 13.38 million of their shares are sold short. There's so 12% of the float. I know. On MSTR, not Carvana, so I can lose it all. Ooh. That one's more dangerous. No one's in talks with Microsoft about adding BTC to their balance sheet. Microsoft's not going to do it anyway. No one actually wants to buy that crap, including Sailor, who sells his stock for cash frequently. Not at the top, but oh, you went long AQN? Nice. I still like AQN quite a lot. I would like some news, though. I feel like it's been too long since we've gotten any. I wonder if my 450 buy order will fill. The only problem with AQN is if rates stay up forever, which they could. I don't think that's an unreasonable expectation by any means. Jimmy triple topping at 28. Should I sell more of the 30 call? I think people are still buying them. MSTR is pumping because they're doing another share offering to buy more BTC. 4 billion, if I remember right. What a fucking scam. Holy moly, MSTR options are expensive. They've always been expensive. But they have 0 DTEs once in a while, too. Is Hal about to pop? Oil keeps inching up towards like 70, but it hasn't crossed yet. Fucking Hindustan Aeronaut. Getting there. Above 31.45 would be a better signal. It is retesting the long-term trend. A little bit. Trying to. Maybe some accumulation around here. 27 seems like it's got a lot of buyers. 27.50, 27. Do I want to get leaps again? I still have some 30 leaps for 2026, I think. You're selling GME calls. I've been selling $30 weeklies ever since it tested 28. This was a while ago. Was it last week? Yeah. You didn't buy back in, did you? Oh God, no. No. I just sell hopes and dreams. It's way more profitable. And then I don't have to watch the value of my assets go down for 3 months at a clip. It's the only way to make money in GME. Yeah, I know. I realized a long time ago that selling the volatility on it was a way better investment than actually owning it. Missile launch maneuvers were carried out from 7 Tu-95MS aircraft in the Engels area. If launches are combat, the missiles will be in Ukraine airspace, 1830 Kiev time. What kind of missiles? Okay, Gabe. Wow. Okay, you know what? Keep hating money. That's your problem, not mine. If you're really bullish on GMA, the 30 call is for sale. The ones that make Ukraine go bye-bye? I don't think Russia wants to nuke Ukraine. They need it for food. If someone called me a savage, I'm 1/32nd part Cherokee. Is it racist? No. I never said nuke. Oh, Russia doesn't have enough, like, ballistic missiles to take all of Ukraine out. It's got a lot of square footage. 1K, 1,000 pound glide bombs. Russia blowing up their oil dividends from China for the month. Russia's an angry elf. Putin's not getting anything for Christmas. A lot of mid-cap defense contractors push up. People who make like joysticks for drones and stuff. When Fubo to $8? I don't know. They keep making more money, and the price of the stock keeps getting the same. Ever since I canceled my sub, you don't see my messages. I give up. Yeah. It's not that I don't see them, it's just that I have to pay attention to the paying members, you know. What is it? You didn't even DM me anything. Think of all the money that I've made you and that you've then subsequently lost. Guap, wind down. Was it by me? Is an argument for another test of 5860? Sure, if the bearisher line fails. Ooh, I can make these more permanent. Hold on. That'll be easy for me. Make this one green, that one orange, and this one red. Boom. Pop. Oh, I really like that better. Alright, fine. I think you lose yourself your money. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Why does my money keep going up? Jimmy's whispering in my ear, sell me. Because you use cheat codes. Well, yeah, but I thought them up. Just one position, my Neo. How the fuck are you still in Neo? Those were like leaps at the beginning of the year. And it ran already. You stayed in after the Chinese economy fully recovered and then shit the bed again? What were you waiting for? Second recoveries? This guy probably has BlackBerry leaves from 2021. Who hyped it? Who's they? The Neo people? Why would you listen to them? They have a $10 cost basis. It's not a reliable source of information. The Neopets. Oh my god, if that's not a subreddit, someone go start it. Have you tried Costco's bite-sized baklava variety pack? No. It seems like it wouldn't be fresh. I've seen it, but I've never tried it. Is it fresh? How do they keep it fresh? What preservatives are they using? I don't like that. I mean, I guess if you live somewhere where you don't have access to fresh baklava, then okay. But I do. I do have that access. Formaldehyde. I didn't realize it was trying to stay in its congressional seat. Haha, zing. Yeah, got him. I don't know who, but I definitely got them. My lady is a pastry chef. You went for the strong forearms, huh? I get baklava at least once a week. Nice. I thought Mitch glitched out like a year ago. Is he back? Why is GME ripping these days? Can you define ripping? No, you should never play puts on GME. They're almost always a terrible investment unless you own the underlying and they're protective, then it's really not worth it. The returns on them suck. It's much better just to sell vol. Selling puts on GME tends to be pretty shitty too, because when the price is down, volatility is down a lot. There are occasions where GME put premiums are elevated, but it's really rare. Like maybe there were like maybe 3 really good opportunities to sell puts on GME in the last 3.5 years. It's made in Dubai, sealed and shipped here. No artificial preservatives, though. Consume within 2 weeks of opening. Huh. That's weird. Usually baklava gets stale after like a day. Like day 2, it's meh. You can tell when it's day 2. I'm trying to sell you some chewy old baklava. It's all about the bite. How's the bite on it? Like, does it compress between your teeth, or do your teeth just cleanly cut through the layers of phyllo? It should be a very clean bite. Have you not seen the video? It's like he was on hard drugs. Who? There should be a light crunch from each layer, but it should not be crunchy. The pistachios should be fresh. What is like a shredded wheat roll? Oh yeah, the other types of baklava have last a little bit longer. But the more like traditional one that's just like layers of phyllo with pistachios in between, those don't usually last very long. The little like bird nest ones, those don't really have a lot of like hydration in them at all. So they last well. Yeah, they last a lot longer. What are your price targets for entering Toyota? Oh, it's not there yet. Give me a second, I'll tell you. So I was considering DCAing under 166. 166 down to like 150. So pretty much anywhere in that range. I'm still not entirely sure Toyota is something I would actively buy, but if I were to buy it, that's probably where I would buy it. I do like it once Musk like the Musk Trump relationship blows up. Baklava greater than cannoli? You watch your fucking mouth, Philly Mike. Is it World War III? I mean, it'd be useful, but that's probably not going to happen. Totally different vibe. Gherkin, are you Irish? Like, hmm, less than less than half, but it's the second biggest part. An Italian centaur with potatoes for kidneys. Yeah. Do bulls have some range? Not a ton. God, you guys are bringing up my darkest times. I'm fucking out of here. You're only saying that because you made a bunch of money this morning. Did you acknowledge the name of the person who asked you about your turn at PT? Supra for Life, 1993. I didn't think it needed to be acknowledged. I'm so excited to have Dr. Oz and RFK in charge of all healthcare. Why do your buddies keep letting you go out with their wives? He was there too. Also, what do you mean letting them go out? What kind of marriage do you have, man? Do you just keep your wife locked up? Don't answer that. I feel like I already know the answer. Letting you, not letting them. They can't stop me. They're not my dad. Why is he just going horseback riding? There's nothing to be concerned about. Exactly. Perfectly innocent. We're just gonna chop here all day. That's a distinct possibility. I mean, we're below the bearisher line, which is kind of bearish. But we're not below the bearish line, which is more bearish. I'm old enough to remember when those were bullish and bullisher lines. The bullish line is still there. We just didn't break above it. Which would have been the gap fill. You renamed the bullisher line after we broke through it. It's a very important distinction. No problem. Mm. No, this was the time to buy puts. We're here. Still some support at 60. More support at 50. Upgraded to Elite Long Johnson. I not see Pickles Picks in Discord. Did you connect your YouTube account to your Discord account? It's a fairly important part of the process. What happened when stocks break below VN? Usually not very important on individual equities. Where's VN relative to GN and stuff? Send me a picture. Yeah, if it's, I can check if you're connected or not. You should be able to see them. They're in the Dillionaire channels, which are, like, you have to scroll down on the left. Let me look. Um, yeah, VN's not going to be very relevant there. Puts will start pricing up if it falls below that on like the CSP side of things. I just did ATZAF is never going back to your buy range. Yeah, well, they just haven't started allocating capital for opening new stores. See the little head and shoulders it's forming? 4.38, 17-week action. I don't think anyone cares about that. Got it? Thanks. Wait, did you find it? I was gonna look and see if I could find you on the Discord. I assume you mean you became a billionaire? Yeah, there you are. You're hooked up. You should be able to see them. What's your outlook for the rest of the week? Will we continue the bearishness? I have no idea what's going to happen in Nvidia earnings tonight. Using GSX Live, and I waited to enter puts until going under 75. Was that a bad move or less ideal than the bearisher line? Um, not, yeah, not exactly ideal. I mean, 75 is kind of lost at the break of 77, so it might have been a little bit better here than at the strike itself. Did you, I mean, you still made a little bit of profit, right? Like $5. It's not the worst entry. A little, maybe like a little over confirmed. Yeah. If you had to guess, how do you think Nvidia earnings will go? I think their revenues are going to continue to decline, but they're going to be analyst estimates. I'm not really sure how guidance is going to go. Either there's going to be continued delays on the Blackwell chips, or they're going to announce that money is going to start coming in from the Blackwell chips, and both of those outcomes are very divergent. So, guidance will be a really, really important factor. And obviously, I have no idea what they're going to guide. There's a lot hinging on it, though. It's an important earnings. 90 out of 100 people use Apple, Google, Microsoft, and I think 100 out of 100 people use Apple, Google, and Microsoft, or one of the three. And I would say that far less than 10% of people use Nvidia chips. The PC gaming market's pretty small. So individual people not really using Nvidia at all, but that's not where their revenues are coming from. They're trying to get out of that as much as they can because it's not that profitable. 100 out of 3 people use Carvana. How many shop at GameStop? I don't personally know anybody who shops there. I mean, except maybe some of you guys. Who does the semiconductor industry primarily serve? Cloud data services. We shop there and creep out the staff with questions about Ryan Cohn. I buy my batteries at Costco once every 15 years, like a normal person. Does GME have a credit card? What the fuck would you even do with that? Who the fuck plays physical games? That's what I don't get. Like, what's wrong with you? Computers exist. I steal my batteries from Subway. Smart. Physical people. I buy physical games, so the games I want to have forever. You know, I've had games on my Steam account for what literally feels like forever. Why are you gotta be all judgy, man? I mean, because they suck. They don't do the thing they're supposed to do, and they also don't do anything else. I take my 10-year-old to GameStop twice a year, maybe. One of those trips is to show him what too many Hot Pockets will do to a man, so he'll eat veggies. I've had Steam, yeah, since whenever Steam started, I've had the same fucking games. It takes forever to download and reinstall Steam games, though. No, it doesn't. It takes like 5 minutes. You know what takes forever? Getting the pre-patch updates on a disc-based game on PS4 with their with the like fucking Commodore 64 that they use as a server for 2 million users. Sony updates are the worst. Yeah. I still pull out my Zelda Game Boy and Nintendo games from 30 years ago. And 30 years from now, I plan to do the same with current games when Nintendo Online goes away. Why is it going away? I mean, because Nintendo's gonna go out of business. What if you forget your Steam password? Reset it. You guys have never pirated a thing in your life, and it shows. Oh, you have little faith. I like the Switch. Why? You can still reset your password if you forgot your favorite ice cream flavor or mistyped it, Popcorn Trader. What? Yeah. Just email customer support. Tell them what you've done. I think you can also enable 2FA and use that to use the 2FA to reset your password. I'm not sure if you have to put in your password to enable 2FA though. I don't even have one FA. I know. Hence your recent Carvana investments. I thought making money would make me feel better. No. Now I just want to make more money again. That's what makes you feel better. It's the endless pursuit of more money. It's not the money itself. That's not very interesting at all. It just sits there like a turd on a Starbucks floor. Jimmy doesn't have any support. I didn't say it was heading down this week. I just said it wasn't going over 30. I think I'd be happy with 20 million. No. Compounding gains. Yeah. One of these days, I just hope my compounding gains exceed my trading gains for the year. And then I guess I quit trading. I don't know what I do after that. I'm gonna be lost. Go to Japan? No, you would never quit. Why would I keep trading if my compounding gains exceeded the amount of money I can make trading? Full-time Twitch streamer? Yeah, gross. Adopt all of the pickle jar. Buy my Panda Express franchise, move next door, and retire. I don't want to retire. If I retire, I'll just die. I'll have to do something else. Maybe I'll become an activist investor so I can have bigger cults. Instead of a trading streamer, become a mutual fund streamer. I don't want to stream for that many people. It's fun time, right? Yeah, I guess so. Did not know the top Twitch streamers made up to 1.2 million a year. Some of them make a lot more than that. We could finally focus on being a pro MTG player. I'm already a pro MTG player. Technically. Become a Bond King? Ooh. Interesting. Tell me more. Can bulls push through 5,900? We're above the bullish line. This 58.95 has a little bit of resistance, but not much. And we're kind of already above where that resistance would be. I might get hung up at 59 a little bit. I think like high for the day, probably like 59.05 or 10. It'll be hard to push up much higher than that. There's bot puts here. Like the synthetic short at 5,900 came back in this morning. But yeah, there's still like $10 upside range. What time is it? 12 o'clock? Maybe $20 if they really try to pump things. Breaking: Kyrgyzstan called its citizens to leave Ukraine immediately. Who? That sounds like one guy called his extended family and was like, "You need to get out of there." Isn't that where Borat's from? No. Just get rich enough to troll Elon all day. It's gonna be tough. I'm gonna need to buy a bunch of things and then take credit for the ideas that weren't mine. You can do that already. Elon has very thin skin. That's true. I don't believe any of the shit I see on Wall Street bets. I don't think people realize how easy it is to Photoshop that shit. No. I'm sure some of it's real, but most of it's not. There's a bunch that you can like fact check, but no one ever posts their like time, like actual time in sales. So Todd with the vol shorting, yeah, pushing those sold puts back out of the money. I gotta patch out for live GXS. It should be less spotty. Ooh, cool. Are the prices decided for GS? No, not yet. Oh, fuck with this patch. Which is it on prod? Ooh, nice. Let's pull it up, see how it does. Max on Jimmy? 2850. Yeah, it's just a bunch of sold calls at 30 and then retail trying to pump it. McRib is back. Economy saved. Excellent. One of the sold calls at 30 is mine. Ooh, me too. Well, lost the bull line. That's not inherently bearish here, though. Losing 90 is a bigger deal. We haven't done that yet. Hmm. If Nvidia were to not issue bullish guidance and not insanely beat their earnings, it's got to be both. Like, it can't be one or the other. Then you just get flat, which is kind of what I think we're going to get anyway, to be honest. You show the opposite position at Jimmy. Did that. Maybe the perfect opportunity to reposition. Hmm. You know why I hate meme stocks? Even when you make money, they teach you that you messed up, you should have held longer to make more, and that starts bad habits. Yeah, yeah, they're not good for the formation of good trading habits. But that's largely because of short vol. Is your Nvidia 60p position in place early in case things move bearish now? But you're really banking on the next two earnings, causing reality to set in and it tank. Yeah, yeah. They're 2026 60 pits. Mostly just IV to the downside increasing is fine. Does this look like call profit taking? We lost 90, which isn't great, but there's sold puts here. More of them at 75. Some at 80. So it really depends where we see them sell them. We could fall back to this. If we fall back to this, then things can get a little bit more bearish. Like this bear flag is not like very, it's not very bullish, right? Go from high to high. Like 70 again. We may fail 70. There's a lot of sold puts below 70 though. Oh, sorry. One sec. There we go. You never seem to get emotional. What kind of move would make you emotional these days? I don't know. Like over time, I just take less and less risk with trading, right? So the chances of me becoming emotional over any given position are lower. I was a little bit emotional last week over my 6,000 puts. That was fun, but I kind of over leveraged them a bit. Being ed to $4 make you emotional? Ooh, yeah, actually. You kind of over leveraged them a bit. Well, I mean, yeah. Nvidia to 50? Yeah, that would probably do it. That's fucking sick. Congrats. Well, so the first position I took was smaller. I bought like 20 contracts, and then we fell, and I sold off like the first 15 that I'd bought. And then we bounced right back to VN the next day, so I just doubled down on it. And then we opened under 6,000, and it was just downhill from there. I don't think that's doubled down. Well, kind of. So I had like 10 contracts, and then I bought 40 more. 300x down. They were cheap. What's driving Jimmy's 36% run in the last 3 weeks? Is it just the ripping market? That's a big part of it. But it initially kicked off on ETF FTDs at the beginning of the month. Well, going into the beginning of the month, there was a decent amount of FTDs. Those are cleared out now, though, and they'll probably start to try to short vol back down. I think the biggest difference this time is a bunch of the November, like the November and the November options and the leap options that were open and were holding the 20 support on GME have closed. Which means that if it loses 25, it has more range to the downside than it has over the last like 3-4 months. I like tests of monthly VN and TomTom. I told everyone about it. Good day to average down AQN. I've got a buy order open at 450. I mean, yields are going up, so I mean, AQN's probably going to continue to do badly. And I think yields are going to go up for a little while, so. How'd you go about exiting that position? Just closed it at the bid. It wasn't that hard to get the MM to buy them. Usually SPX is not that bad. Did you trim some of your Vega puts? I took profit on a few, yeah. But not very many of them. They're for June, so I've got a lot of time. Are you out of Riley? No. Still have to the end of the month to see if they pay off that debt burden. And if they get rid of some of that debt, they might get their bonds up, like their bonds upgraded. And if they do, they're upgraded again, back to where they were slightly back to where they were. If they do, I think that'll cause a revaluation. Like they've performed pretty well in the past. Just got involved in some crime that didn't pan out. Have you mentioned SMCI at all? This is a good spot for $30 December monthlies, or too risky. Pretty risky with Nvidia earnings tonight. Um, That was definitely like a Monday morning kind of play. I still have like 20 contracts left out at the 50 for the leap expiry, but that's it. I didn't make a ton of money on them. They're like 100%. It wasn't that crazy. I got them around like 80 cents, 90 cents, 80 to 90 cents, I think. I think they're about the same price now. They were only up for a little bit the other morning at like market open. What would you say your win rate is now versus when you started on your trades? For what? It varies depending, like intraday trading or like buy and hold. I've been watching for a bit. What's up, man? Why is Vol up since Friday? You mean last Friday? We've got some event vol getting priced in due to the shit going on in Ukraine right now. Mostly mostly in commodities, but you're gonna see that reflected in indexes as well. Um, Yields at the top end haven't really backed down, but dollar lost its grip on 107, so leverage got kind of pushed down a bit. Also, the level we were at last week was unsustainable. Like after the election, we just slammed headfirst into monthly VN, which put the MM long pits. It's not really very bullish. That's what we should expect now versus work towards. Like you now is very different from us now. Yeah. I mean when I first started like using real capital and transitioned over from paper trading, the like two or three strategies I had were a little bit above 70% win rates. It was like 71, 72%. And those were all intraday, intra week, nothing long term. And I stuck with that for a while, like a year and a half. And then moved out to some things that were a bit riskier. My like long term buy and hold stuff is usually above 90%. I mean, you could go back and check Pickle's picks, but I'm pretty sure it's at like 92, 93%. I haven't had any big misses. Although I'm pretty good at evaluating companies. But that's kind of different, right? Because you don't always get good deals on them. So you can value all the companies you want, but finding ones that are at a price where the market is not valuing them relative to their actual worth is far more difficult. And then there's a lot of other factors. I just did a long-term one. I mean, that's how most of them work. It's not my fault everything's been slammed into Gamma Max across the market, and we have companies trading at like 80 to 400 forward earnings. Like 80 to 400x forward earnings. Fuck do you want? Do you want value in that market? There isn't much. Even in like sector rotation, everything like sector rotation plays, which is a lot of what we've gotten for the last year or so, right? Like I've been like long energy utilities when, and then when sectors rotate and people get scared, everyone goes like flight to value and those pump. But even those are all fucking pumped up like crazy. Fubo's gonna be fire one day. They keep making money. Eventually, they're gonna have to be worth more. But it went up 10% immediately, and we missed the boat. Oh, you didn't miss the boat. It's gonna go down. It's not ATZAF is not supposed to be bought at anywhere near the prices it's currently trading at. They're gonna take a bunch of money, and they're gonna open a shitload of stores in the U.S. and their debt to equity ratio is gonna get blown the fuck out, and their price, like the value of their stock, is gonna drop. However, over the 2 years following that, those stores will start to churn revenue. And as those revenue multiples come in and their cash flows improve, the value of the company will go up. So in between those will be a big capex spend and a drop in share price. It's very unlikely that they'll hold the current price through that capex drawdown. But if you don't know ahead of time, what's the point of buying it? You're assuming there'll still be a society in a few years, huh? I'm assuming that trendy girls all over the world will continue to want to buy 100% cotton clothing at midline luxury prices. And they should be able to. Yeah. Greedily hoping Orange Man makes them go boom. You guys got to stop playing options on Oxy. It's just a buy and hold with a dividend. Options on it are generally terrible unless you get like a big surge in oil prices. As a person in the fashion industry, I would say it's fickle at best. Yeah, I agree. As a person with a fairly deep understanding of retail, I would say that their model is quite good, and their revenue per square foot of lease space is phenomenal. Do you speak on Beyond today at all? Yeah, why do you guys keep buying it? Oh, hey, look, it went up a little bit. Ooh, my $5 synth longs are in the money. Let's go. That's like fucking 7% profit right there. I don't have a lot. Not at all. Rip Express, polyester clothes. Yeah, I mean, there's some things in when you're doing valuations that you can't avoid, like management just absolutely fucking up their only lifeline. And the worst part about Express was they had pretty good management. It was they had management, they had activist investors come in, they had a bunch of cash, and they still fucked it. Dole, dole, dole. Is this a good entry? It fell, looked like it bounced on resistance. I still probably wouldn't buy. My last buy was at like 10, like 1050 or 1070 something. I probably wouldn't buy unless it fell back down there again. I wouldn't buy at 14. You mean pulling a Cohen? Worse, actually, somehow. What does it mean when your port forms a megaphone? You're taking on too much risk. I've been waiting like 2 years to get back in on Dole. I don't know if it'll ever go back that low. Yeah, my original buy-in was really cheap. Who knew? Your Nvidia 60p just for earnings? No. Mostly just like when bad, like the last time I made money on them was just because like bad news hit semis and there was a bit of fear about supply with TSM and Nvidia's market cap drew down hard, and they went to like, that was like the August correction. They went to like $8 a contract, which is fucking nuts. So a lot of it just IV, right? It's just like a fuck ton of Vega. And Nvidia is so wildly overvalued that like any bad news can cause them to sell off back to like, you know, 2.5, 2 trillion in market cap. Like it went back to 90 and in August, right? Or it was like July, beginning of August. That was fucking awesome. And then I made money on him again when it sold off to 100 and what was it, like the beginning of September? You buy based more on IV or price? I've just been buying them based on market cap because I mean Nvidia by itself can only sustain so much market cap. And here at like 150, 145, it's pretty close to maxed out. Even if it accrues more market cap from this point forward, a lot of it's just coming from other semi companies, right? So it's like people selling off AVGO and like SK, TSMC, or AMD to buy more Nvidia, and so it gets dragged down by the ETFs. So even though the market cap of Nvidia might increase, like the rest of the sector is decreasing relative to it. Did you have a good party? I had fun. The only thing Max has is Moore's Law and energy grids. there was a really long period of time where Tesla just didn't miss on earnings, right? I don't know if you guys really traded back then. Some of you did. But Tesla went through a very similar thing that Nvidia did. And that's why I started shorting it really heavily towards like the back half of 2021. Cause like, from like just prior to the COVID crash, they just kept hitting and hitting and hitting. There was like one miss in Jan, but everyone fucking missed, right? And then it just kept going, right? And then the earnings started to decay. Like the EPS started to decline 25, 5%, 5%, 4 point, like 0.5%, right? And as the EPS declined and the stock was no longer hitting those analyst estimates that were so fucking ridiculous, it just fell through the floor, right? Tesla's almost back to where it was too. And this time without any of the value proposition whatsoever. So that'll be a fun short when the time comes. Nearly 3 years doing this. I used a stop limit for the first time today. I could have saved so much money. I want to short Tesla so bad, Gherk. I feel you. But it's not time. Right now, Elon's got his head stuffed fully up Trump's ass. You can't put two massive narcissists within that close of a proximity to each other and expect there to not be fireworks. See on SPX telling you to break 5,900. If ignoring the options chain. I think 5,900 or 59. Yeah, 5,900, 5,910 is probably the top of our range for today. So expect a lot of resistance above 59. It's bullish on like a clean break, but we're not really getting anything with volume up here. BTU is already killing it. You know what would kill tech? A war. What's your number one trading strat? My highest success rate one, and probably my favorite for the last couple of years, has been overnight straddles on indexes. But a lot of that's relative to volatility and like RV being crushed so much from vol shorting that you're gonna buy the straddles at end of day at a discount to where they should be priced. But that's probably been my favorite one recently. It's not like crazy yields, but it's a solid like 2 to 3% a day usually. I didn't understand a goddamn word of that. Google? It's like overnight oats, but stocks. Yeah, exactly. Have I made this channel too complex? I do like to add complexity to things. No? Okay. I mean, I have some stocks that I buy and forget, but I mean, I still do active management because I need to fuck with things. Um, but I have a dividend port. I have stuff that's just in treasuries or cash. Right now, it's all in cash because I sold when yields went down. But that money's going to go back into treasuries when I feel that interest rates are where they should be. No, it makes sense. I get it now. Okay, cool. Anyone had Costco overnight oats? That sounds bad. I had overnight oats this morning. Why didn't you guys make oatmeal? Is this too complex? Carl, pee pee poo poo. Where should interest rates be? Um, I think a fair value to be lending out would be like 7%. So the 10 year to like 6.5. Those rates at the top end are heavily suppressed because of the treasury. But I mean, look at mortgage rates, right? Look what banks are demanding for lending. Didn't we get mortgage rates today? What were they? 30-year mortgage is at 6.9%, so 7% is not ridiculous, right? To expect US debt to be issued at, a rate commensurate with a 30-year mortgage is not a fucking insane ask. I mean, Poopy doesn't want to hear it, but it's pretty ridiculous. I mean, so's our deficit. Is this a Head and Shoulders? Yeah. Well, close. Sloppy. Rising support, which I'm not a big fan of. But yeah, a failure of 70, which I've already marked as being bearish, would be bearish. ZERT by the end of 2025. I mean, that's what everyone doesn't get is there's no bailout this time, or debt will get downgraded. But then we just invade Moody's. We've gotten plenty of warnings. With no bailout, they'll feasibly do everything they can to avoid it, no? Haven't they been? I mean, we've already done all of that. Like, Yellen's been doing, like, we almost, like, it all almost broke in October of 2023 when the 10-year hit 5%. And Yellen immediately enacted YCC. Trillions in YCC. And that's now failing, right? Rates at the top end are right back up again. It's almost like they just can't keep them down. Because you have two things working against each other, right? You have the Fed rate, and then you have the Treasury general account, right? And if Yellen's issuing debt at a higher rate, then the drawdowns in the general account, we're going to default, right? So we can't default, so now the Fed has to cut. But if the Fed cuts, then inflation goes up and rates go up. Which cycles back to being the same problem where the neutral rate or the real rate goes higher. And so that's what we're seeing right now is the Fed's cutting, but real rates are rising. Yeah, that's because in order to continue maintaining liquid credit markets, banks had to go to currency spreads, which are all tightening because the only way there's no way out of it. It's a debt spiral, right? They call it that for a reason. Housing crashes with asset devaluation or unemployment, generally speaking. I think labor is still fairly strong. So until people start losing their houses, the housing market won't crash. Because what you need, it's just like options, right? You need everyone hitting the bid. If everyone's trying to sell their house at the bid's going to drop. Devise a plan to save the U.S. economy? It's actually not that hard. Raise interest rates, cut government spending, and let the banks fail. Break up the monopolies. Redistribute wealth. Takes about probably 10, 12 years. But, I mean, the entire system is built to fight against that. Trump might do it, but not intentionally. Did you just say austerity? That's never popular, is it? Gherkin could do it in 10 to 12 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, without congressional support. Make me Fed president. I'll convince everybody to put a random number generator on the Fed funds rate every morning. And banks will de-risk like crazy. On RRP will fill right up. And we'll meet Basel requirements within a year. Some of those banks will fail. But, they should have anyway. So you get for gambling with your clients' money. How would you fix the UK economy? Colonialism. I know you guys are out of trees, but you need to build more ships again. Ask India if you can have it back. Ginger Balls is throwing a BTC tantrum on Twitter again. I know. It's... He's driving engagement. He just hasn't figured out that online stock popularity is about being right now and not being right in the future. People don't hear about what's going to happen. They want to just hear you confirm the thing that's already happened. And that's why the most successful stock influencers on Twitter are always, you know, correct, but 2 steps behind. Like, who's that one guy? Citrini. He's always like, oh, yeah, I've been long this thing forever, man. I've always been long this. Look, it's run, and now I'm rich, or sign up for my Patreon. I've slowly learned you're never wrong, just early. Frequently early. Yeah, I try to account for that, but it's hard. You know, my biggest problem is I frequently underestimate how fucking stupid people are. Predicting historical facts is pure wizardry. Gherkin GPT, how to fix the Canadian economy. Why don't you guys just produce things? You've got all those natural resources, and all 300,000 of you do nothing with it. Or just ban Airbnb. That would actually fix both economies. Most of the shortage date in negative gamma and HRL is set to expire this month and is at the 30 strike. Does that mean theoretically longer dated upside gamma could take over? Not necessarily. That shorter dated negative gamma might just be sold. Like sold puts. Might be what's supporting the price. And the out of the money positive gamma might be sold calls. Generally, when you're looking at those charts, you're getting a naive assumption. That's not always correct. Is it Airbnb or all the Chinese people who own homes in Canada? Same thing. This is the same picture. Too late, we banned Airbnb and Uber. Nah, it didn't work. All the rich people would be super pissed if it was actually an effective ban. It's not. You don't need to cut off the social services. Why would you fuck poor people harder? Just fuck the rich people. They can handle the hit. They can take it on the chin. Yeah, but rich people own the politicians. True. Hmm. Turning your bond in 3 minutes. Yep. It's not a big auction. I warn you now. It's concerning we're recalibrating policy, but haven't reached the inflation goal. Bowman. Bowman's stating the obvious. How do I get paid money to go to lunches and state the obvious? Even when we bring inflation down, prices are still more expensive. Oh my god. These fucking people, man. Unemployable. Actually fucking unemployable. You need a publicist? Let me slip you my resume. Alright. They did not actually say that, did they? That's an actual quote. Your 30Cs are gonna get blown up? I don't have any yet. On what? I don't have 30Cs out on GME right now. I sold those last week. No, I'm gonna sell more of them. But not yet. T+3+2 style. This is, I mean, it's still in the ETF window, which is T4 now instead of T5. So this would be like second peak. Like, remember we used to get the double tops? Or you get like the high and then the higher high. So that used to be T2, T5. Now it's T1, T4. So it's like Monday, Wednesday instead of Tuesday, Thursday. I've trauma blocked all of the GME saga. My 25 CCs for December 20th are sweating a bit, but if I know Jimmy, I'll be safe. When are earnings? Did they announce an earnings date? Watch out for earnings, because IV increasing into earnings can drive short calls to cover. If they haven't announced it yet, then it doesn't matter. But if once they announce it, be careful. Still in a bear flag, yeah. I'm waiting for the auction results to come in. Yield before auctions 4.65. Bid to cover 2.34. Ooh, not great. Tail. 30-point tail. Ouch. Or 18-point tail, sorry. Still big. Damn, that was a move up in the 20. $2.34 to cover. 16 billion. There's the small auction though, so I don't know if it'll have that big of an effect, but not great here. 20 years at 4.7 right now at spot. Look at TLT. Yeah, rough. Tail bullish. So, yes and no. We're getting a little close to conditions tightening due to the rise in dollar. There's a nice like sweet spot there, with rates between like 4.4 and 4.3 on the 10-year. That's pretty awesome, and really bullish because you're getting an expansion of leverage. But rates start getting above that, and you start getting a devaluation of dollar-backed assets. CREs, MBAs, or CMBS and MBS. CDS. I wonder what the reaction in this CDS market is. CLOs? Sure. CDS isn't a real thing. Credit default swaps? Yeah. Yes, they are. It's just letters put together. Nave, not nav. Will assumption of upside be valid? Upside with no support? I mean, it would have to break into the positive gamma first. Price action still has to be supported. So if it's not being supported by the negative gamma, what's supporting it? Positive gamma to the upside is resistance. A tail and a low bid to cover on a small auction's extra bearish there. Demand should be higher. Imagine if it were a 70 billion auction. It'd be fucking terrible. Second biggest tail on record. Yeah, not great. Charm's always moving up. Speed is moving down rapidly. So the price, it's just trading flat and Charm's decaying. Schwann's is tail in German. what's a, you know what? Let's not talk about black swans. It's risky. What does the tail mean? Low liquidity in the auction. No one wants to buy the fucking bond. At spot yields. So assume it remains supported by the longer dated gamma, but you're also assuming that those are bought calls in the money, not sold calls in the money. I mean, that bounce back to retest 30 does not look bullish yet. That looks super fucking bearish. The lower low. I mean, but look at price action. Like, what do you think people were doing? They were selling those calls, right? And it dropped. There was some profit taking, and now it's backing back up. I mean, look at vol, right? Just look at implied volatility, like 10 to 30 days out. There's a lot of like soft assumptions that you can make that can give you a pretty good idea. And IWM looks like dog shit. Yeah, head and shoulders on NQ. It's not naive, it's knave. They're different words. I don't say route. I say root. One of those has an accent, Popcorn. Why would no one want to buy the 20-year at spot? Well, we were just talking about how our banks are going to demand a higher yield for our debt, and there they go, demanding higher yields for our debt. How do you type an accent? What is it? The umlaut over the A, right? Do you drop the H in herb? Yeah. Sometimes. Mistakenly. I shouldn't. That's one of the weird things that British people do that's just stupid. So occasionally I'll say herb, which is embarrassing. I know him. Put a string of garlic around your neck and clutch a baguette in your non-typing hand. So many British mispronunciations are based purely on not sounding French. Because you guys just don't like the French. Despite largely being descended from them. Thanks for making me money. No problem. Normans aren't really technically French. Are we going to get into this argument again? The Norman line wasn't necessarily French, but their soldiers were. Like, the royal lineage was, yeah, possibly Norwegian or Danish. We don't really know. right? But their foot soldiers were largely French peasants. Ethnically. You can't be a peasant and be French. That's not true. Since when did we start counting peasants? Well, they were the ones that did all of the pillaging and plundering of the the things that go along with that. Trade of the wheel on Revlon's delisted. Although selling puts on it at one point was actually insane. Where have you been? You just woke up from a coma. I think he's just being a cunt. That's the word. Yep. My family coat of arms implies we did something, even if it was just some excellent delegation to peasants. Nice. People get so excited on the rare occasion that I'm wrong that they just can't forget about it. Can we just rip up to green on the end? On green on the day? Probably not. It's right now. It's unlikely we close above 5,900. Um, really unlikely that we close above 5,910. My family's coat of arms implies we're descended from lions. Nice. We'll look up my coat of arms. Got like a ladder and some knobby things. When the frick did we get coat of arms? Coat. Hmm. What's your hedge against 60p long shares? No. It's like a $20,000 position. I don't really have a hedge on it. I guess like I have some out of the money debit spreads on SPX. That'll be good enough. Is it a put ladder? You know what? It might be. When more memberships opening up for GS when we launch publicly? Don't give me your tears, Nick. We're close. And by close, I mean still pretty far off. Mine's cooler. Wings, night helmet. I have a night helmet. I know you wings. A lot of like fleur de lis thrown in there. Could we get a panino indicator? Like how thick the sandwich is at any given time? It's floor, not floor. That's what I said. I said floor. 1 second. You ever watch those fights where dudes wear real armor and use swords and stuff? You mean nerds? I have a flail? What a battle! No, I'm alright. How effective would that even be? I'm not a kangaroo. I only asked because you know the spot price during the time of the auction. I mean, I have like live bond pricing for U.S. Treasuries. Oops! Everyone just noticed the auction results. You mean they pulled back their puts for 20 minutes? My coat of arms has a sardine on it because, well, that's my last name. So lame. I have a few coat of arms. I just gotta think of the other family members' names. Oh, I got one with two knights helmets and a little bear. This one's got like an otter. Oh, okay, maybe it's just a knight helmet and an otter. Interesting. Bro, don't dox yourself. I'll be okay. Maybe it's like a weasel or a stoat. Stoats sound British. I've got one that's just like an arm with a sword. I got another one that's also a knight's helmet. There's a lot of knight's helmets on these, but it's got some pigeons. I'm not gonna lie, a little jealous if your coat of arms has a mustela. Stoat of arms. Bear and an otter? You can't be both. You gotta pick top or bottom. Pigeon whale on your stoat of arms? Nice. Yeah. It's interesting how that fits. Even though it was completely unplanned. A knight of the Order of Pigeon? A knight of the Order of Three Pigeons. It was a three pigeon knight, not just a singular pigeon. Yeah, I mean, of course the of course the premiums are high. Everyone and their mother is bullish on nothing. That's usually a recipe for high premiums. What else are you supposed to be bullish on? Yeah, it's true. You mean like Tesla? Yeah. Yeah, Tesla's a pretty stupid one. The big fill this morning, are we looking more likely to test 5700, 5730? Should Nvidia have some adverse result? Adverse? Hmm. Hmm. There's some support at 5767, which I think, at least on SPX, is a more important level. That is roughly 5730 on ES, however. Um, are you talking ES or SPX? 5733 SPX isn't a very important level. It's like 5767 and 5669. Yeah, 5767, 5669. Those are far more important. I think Nvidia pumps it first and gets railed during the Q&A on the call. That's possible. Like I said, guidance will be really important because I don't think they'll miss. I don't think they'll miss on EPS or revenue. I think we're going to continue to see revenues contract relative to expectations, right? Analysts are projecting here over time, and EPS is kind of beating a little bit less every time. I think we're very close to that turning negative, but we're not there yet. But yeah, I mean, that's why the guidance will be so important. Because if they guide up, then analysts are going to raise expectations into the next quarter. So we'll go from here to here, right? And then if EPS continues to decline, next quarter it could miss. I don't even know if Nvidia has positioning out to 200 right now. Immediately, it could go to like 160, 165. Above that, yeah, I think things would have to reposition quite a bit. Or they be honest and guide down because they don't want to take a miss. Like guiding down, the price will drop, right? But it won't tank. But if you guide up and whiff, you're going to get a massive sell off. How many dollar dues for mod ship and equity in GS? Well, I mean, the mod ship's more expensive, but we could talk. Can I ban Dork? There's a price for everything. How many leather jackets will Nvidia sell this quarter? I just want Jensen to mix up the color of the jacket. Like, imagine he comes out in one that's neon green. Do you have Gamma Max or GME? It's like 2850. ARB's washing out. It's probably topping here, at least locally. What are you looking for to sell calls for GMA? I'd like to sell the 30 above 30. That'd be cool. GM at 2850 gives a range of like potentially like 3270-ish. That would be awesome. That would be where I would want to sell calls. Like 3045 DT. But will Cohen wait that long to dilute? Who knows? When are you going to sell those? I'm not going to tell you. Not that it will happen, but how bad will things get if Nvidia misses? Well, now that Nvidia is part of the Dow and price weighted in Dow ETFs, pretty fucking hard. I don't think they'll miss either. Hmm. Did Cohen announce that he completed the last offering that he started? Like you said, worst case would be guide down. Yeah. I think they beat on revenues by like 1.2 to 1.5 billion. Let's not get carried away with making assumptions about what they'll actually do with guidance. Can we get another sell off at the close? Yeah. There's a reason big tech donated all their money to Kamala. Why? Well, imagine that your entire valuation is based on the manufacturing capacity of a foreign manufacturer, and the next president wants to enact tariffs. Oh. Tariffs aren't real. Neither is Donald Trump, but here we are. They're not going to change those. I still don't understand how the tariffs taxing is going to work. It's not. It's pronounced China. I'm not saying that until the secret police start arresting people. Jake Paul has been announced to be in charge of the Canadian border. Really? He could barely keep his hands up against a 60-year-old man who wasn't fighting back. Careful, the insults stop how we're watching. Didn't the tariffs last time just end up in subsidies for farmers? Yeah. We have to subsidize the farmers because they're so important, according to Poopy. Was an overnight straddle a bad idea on QQQ with Nvidia tonight? IWM, maybe? QQQ is going to be priced up. IWM might be a cheaper way to get exposure. What's up, Poopy? You know farmers are important. Are they? I mean, Mexico's diminishing its like 50-year clean water supply in order to undercut US farmers on pretty much every agricultural commodity. They just can't grow a lot of soy there. We can just what if we just socialize it? Total production in what? Soy? It's just soy. Soy and corn. Brazil's catching up. If you think South America can replace USA, no chance. Why? Same governments. Bert, don't say things like that. It makes you sound Midwest. We could already vertically grow corn and soy in warehouses. We just don't do it. You don't have to understand. You're not on TikTok. It's true. Keep talking about it. Soy. The market doesn't like it. You sure that's not the rapidly failing U.S. debt? What about shrimp in warehouses? That's a great investment. Where's the image of Adam Aaron in the corn costume? Oh, don't eat the deer. They have brainworms. Well, specifically misfolded brain proteins. Well, Poopy, much like rock bottom, when you run into the ceiling, there's nowhere to go. As a wealthy white man, you've probably never experienced this before. Prions are the most terrifying thing on Earth. Prove me wrong. I have no intention. They are. And they could also just occur randomly. That ceiling is glass, Gherk, but like really thick glass. So I'm trying to identify as a Latino, Poopy Pants. I'm 1/16th Choctaw. Oh boy. Is that enough for a scholarship? Can you share LMT Greeks? Is the war in Ukraine not heating up fast enough for you? Delta neutral's 24, gamma neutral's 38. We call that Western European popcorn. Because quality control went out the window during COVID. Yeah, that too. If you're making a $9 an hour cutting up pigs all day, do you really care about the health and safety standards? Bacon. Dork does. He's just eating all that pork so he can get a brainworm like his idol. Wait, was I right about the top on Jimmy? Oh man, was I right about the top on Jimmy? Rough. How many more inflations until riot? Oh, for America? It's gonna take quite a lot. I keep your eyes more on unemployment data for riot assessments. Broadly, Americans have a bad habit of internalizing failures in the economy. You know what the first signal will be? You know those crazy people that are like, oh shit, I lost my job. It's time to go home and kill my whole family. Incidences of that will increase. I didn't say it was fun. Bro, what? Yeah, yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What? It's true. What do you think all of this comes without repercussions? Yes, no. Speak it not into existence, sir, but it's a reality. So you can't just be ignorant to these things. Especially if your significant other loses their job. I'd watch them for a couple days, you know? Yeah, you can. It's called living in the Midwest. That's where it happens the most, Poopy. Oh, I can be extremely angry, ignorant on a lot of things. Fair. Jimmy bouncing between the lines I drew 3 years ago. So interesting. So novel. How do you guys do it? Kirk, that's disgusting. I mean, I know we spend a lot of time in here rooting for the financial collapse of the US, but it's not going to be pretty. You could have MOASS by now if you didn't have all those dang lines in the way. Putting myself through university and playing GME, I don't know, it feels like I'm doing a few things right. You could have just bought the dip on Nvidia and dropped out of school. How come nobody ever called out DFV for not DRSing his shares? Awkward. Remember the scene where the two guys were celebrating their win during the collapse, and the other guy lectured them about how many people die because of it? That kind of sobered me up, too. Yeah. Crime rates, suicide rates, and homicide rates all go up with every point increase in unemployment. I'm using ChatGPT as legal counsel in a tiff with my property management company. I'll let you know how it goes. Got to be better than paying an actual lawyer. If there's one profession that's just full of people that don't deserve to be paid money. Remember when I sold Tesla at 225? Well, I bought a bunch of 130p on Nvidia for June, so it'll probably rip $100 tonight. Nice. So you're gonna average them down tomorrow? What does the rest of the day hold? Eh. There's there's support at like 70, 75. Resistance at 5,900. MicroStrategy now trades at 3x the value of the Bitcoin it owns. Like I said, leveraged Bitcoin ETF. It's just the compounding gains of Bitcoin volatility realized in their share price. Sold them at a loss. Otherwise, I'd have enough money to be a pigeon whale again. I feel like you're not using the data well. An entire year of pigeon whales, like the price of an at the money SPX contract. What are you guys doing? I really want to short MSTR, but timing it seems impossible. There's a theoretical limit. Shh. Popcorn, you're keeping the lights on, man. Don't worry about it. Buying GLD calls, of course. I'm here for the colors and psychedelics. Oh boy. I should just get rid of billionaire. Everybody should be a pigeon whale. The chat's better. Hmm. But someone has to be poor. Yeah, the poor channels. I'll just make the poor channels $5 a month to get rid of the poors. Get rid of billionaire, and then it's just only pigeon whale. No. You guys spend more on 15 minutes of expiries than you do. Huh. And they do making money? Well, yeah. Was... Okay, that's true. I mean, relative to the gains, maybe Billionaire's too cheap. I'll have to think about it. Give me like 4 months. Pigeon Whale's too cheap if Farmville is one. That's true, right? You can have another cast above Pigeon Whale for $4.99, like Turkey Whale? Huh. You need to have a Pigeon Whale yearly play. One play you call out that pays for Pigeon Whale, if done exactly as you lay out. You mean like shorting SPX under 59.20 today? That would have paid for a year of Pigeon Whale.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar, just put my 2 weeks notice in. Going to golf and mess with Gamma Strike for the next 2 weeks. F the pause. Cuckoo 3.
Do you think this is the best time to be quitting your job? Because you know what? Awesome. Congratulations. Make sure you get drunk before you play golf, though, otherwise it's really boring. 6 stream card? I wonder who made it. I'm gonna go with the guy asking about it. You know, options wouldn't exist without farmers. So what? Peanut butter wouldn't exist without slavery. It doesn't mean you stop eating it. What? Comparing farmers to slavery is a more apt analogy than it should be. Yeah, but not for the reason you think. Self-indenturing oneself to pursue a career in agriculture is not the same as slavery, poopy pants. And it's not like there's people out there like, I just became a farmer because I wanted to feed people. No. They wanted to grow corn for ethanol production, and prices were high, and they thought they could quit their big city job and do it. Then John Deere came along and put them in more debt than they could ever claw their way out of.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar. My wife is a doctor. I'm in medical sales. Fairly recession-proof. Worst-case scenario, I'm a stay-at-home dad and get to watch you all day.
Nice.
223.
Oh my god, are you gonna live the dream of being a kept man? That's all I want out of life. I'm jealous. You've made me jealous of someone, Costellosaurus. I need to get a wife who I can ignore and makes a lot of money. I wonder what Kathy Woods is up to nowadays. Get yourself another Gherk. That's what I need, but like hot and female. Marry an allergy doctor. I don't want to be experimented on. Kathy Woods is losing her clients' money on pharma picks. It's different. When she comes home, she asks you how many points she got in your SPX game today. She pours a glass of wine. $1 million isn't a lot of money in Canada, Jeff. I don't think the world is ready for 2 Gherks. Probably not. Get a food critic wife. Never wait for a reservation again. Ooh, convenient. But, you know, also being a millionaire means you don't have to wait for reservations either. Billionaire? What about the Walmart daughters? How old are they? Wonder if they'd let me have like a side piece. Oh, God. Gremlins? They look like they own Walmart, that's for sure. Just really Mormon. All the men have really great jawlines. Maybe we could sneak Dork in there. My wife has a friend and she's been divorced for about a year. Wait, what does she do? Is she an otolaryngologist? Just say ENT. Fuck you. If you marry Kathy Wood, maybe she'll tell you who she snubbed. That would be good alpha. Sure. Do we really, does it matter? Though? I mean, the alpha's already there for the taking. The NCP is stacked for real? Oh boy. We're about to break this trend. I mean, the consolidation's kind of bullish. I don't think I have a good grasp on where we're going to close today, though. Somewhere around right where we're trading at, it's fairly likely. $58.95. Hmm. I love it when they cancel my sell order. Descending consolidation is generally bullish. Ooh. Aha. We're no longer at mean, though. Don't bulls want it back to mean? God, that's way too big. It's because bulls are selling puts here and here. And they sold puts earlier here. And they sold puts lower here. Support raised. Sell pressure is diminishing. Reversal. Well, reversal's more likely. 1 second. Awkward. God, that's way too big. Things I never have to worry about hearing. That's right, Poopy. You found the perfect whatever. Keeping being bearish on GME. It keeps paying me money. Sure, GME might run up sometimes, but then it drops. I'm gonna plug this into option strat. What do I got here? Let's see. I sold the 75. Sold the 80 bucks. 80.75 for 250. $7.55 and $5.05. Oh, sorry. $95. 59.05. $87.32. Oh, you made a custom? Those usually lose me money. Hmm. SPX halt into close. We'll see. Yeah, even that's pretty acceptable. Rising yields result in that ETF falling by way of bond holdings alone. No, you would probably need a larger drawdown. I guess it depends on how leveraged they are on their semiconductor holdings, but the semiconductor holdings dropping would be far more significant. Banks will also fail if their semiconductor holdings decline. If you were forced to have either two peens or one detachable peen, which would it be? Two peens seems kind of useless. They'd probably get hard and point in different directions. So detachable? Is it functional detachable or is it like a prosthetic? I'd rather have two functional peens than one detachable peen that was a prosthetic. What if they curved towards each other and touched tips? Immediately gay. Bold statement. What a completely normal time to turn the stream back on. Usually is. Yeah, the leverage would make it weak to the movement in bond holdings because they're using the bond holdings to obtain the leverage, right? Never did open a Fubo long. Seems like $1.40 is a decent entry to hold shares for a few years. I'd prefer like sub 125 for buying shares, but I like the $1.50 for synthetic longs. It's paid out a few times now. If banks fail, who's the opposing party to the banks? Like, who's the person making the money? Market makers? Other banks. You mean if they're forced to market their securities? Other banks and the FDIC? Banks don't have any of their own money, really. It's just your money. You're the opposing party to the bank. You're funding their degeneracy. Not once the bank run starts, as long as I'm first out. Not if I hold most of my money in a broker, I'm not. Fair. And by that you mean a money market? Might not have access to that money for a while. Or would the reversal confirm? Like a full reversal, like 58.88. Oop. Oh. Why are they calling a bullish spreaderino custom? Well, it's two spreads. That's why. It's not a defined strategy. Is this SLD? Hmm. Good question. No. Are you streaming Nvidia earnings? Probably not, no. We're going all the way to 59.12. I don't know about that. Idiot trades back on the menu? I don't know. Maybe. See what happens at resistance here. Could we get 5,900? Yeah. The upside's still like 5,900, 5,910 possible by end of day. That hasn't changed much. How does an idiot know when, where to enter the directional sides of the non-directional position? It's, well, I mean, technically selling puts is not a directional play. It's just a not down. If you sell the puts in the money, then that's directional, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. I mean, depends on how far in the money. A bit. Started the day with 45, went down to 30. Jesus. You were over leveraging a lot. Don't do that. Oh, yeah, I felt it. I know to be way less leverage going forward. I'm going to enjoy this gain for a while. All right. Yeah, it sounds like you're trading about 10 times the number of contracts you should be trading. You plan to make more educational videos? I don't know. I really suck at making videos. I do host a open Q&A from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. most days. Grim2 has a tick mark tattoo for every day since Gork last removed his shirt. Like that guy from Memento. It's pretty much the Clips channel at this point. Yeah. I should probably sort all the like educational links and then put them in one place. Like the channel that's dedicated to them. I mean, overnight QQQ and SPX tonight is literally just playing Nvidia earnings. No, not QAnon. Jesus Christ. Saz? Saz? This company in Union spins off some segments. I have some far-dated WBD calls I'm a little concerned about. Yeah, that could be concerning. I mean, how much of what they're spinning off is priced into their forward revenues? It's not going to have no effect on the underlying price. The effect could be minimal if they're just trying to shed their giant fat bags of debt. I mean, WBD itself was formed as a way to roll off debt, right? So, I mean, if they're going to roll off their debt onto some other subsidiary, that's kind of awesome. Discord's being trashed, by the way. Robot voice cutting in and out in case anyone complains. I think it's a them thing because you're good here. Might be. Try just leaving the room and rejoining it. Sometimes that'll fix it. What did those stop out at? 221 and 54. That's not bad. Okay. Weird gap down. Gotta hate the complex order book. So it was like 200%. A little more. Gotta buy some out of the money spreads that I can just sit on. That one was already kind of far out of the money. 5,910. Yeah, with the profits. Goes to 55. Nope. $54. No. 20. Fed's Bowman warns on inflation, says neutral interest rates may be closer than we currently think. That's because if inflation goes up 0.2%, it will be. We'll be below the neutral rate. Thanks, Fed cuts. How far could we drop? I think we still have support here. I don't think bulls are giving up yet. But maybe like 80? 80 and 75 seem like strong supports. Options for tomorrow are rip off. Yeah, that's usually what happens. Don't. The Bulls don't want to see this lose 85, though, probably. So they'd want to build support here if they can. NQ still hasn't tested VWAP. And the consolidation's still pretty bullish, I think. A lower low here, though, would be a failure. We've got a ways to go down for that, though. It would be pretty distributive. I think it looks okay. Things are kind of turning around on the daily. Or at least flattening out here. Hmm. I should fix these while I'm at it. Still getting that weird divergence midday and correlation, which is kind of hot. Can I just put these on the same fucking screen? I can. Yeah, I don't need to do. That's perfect. Forward yield on vol is up. They're gonna short that into the end of the day again? They should. Bond vol's starting to move up now. Mm, curious. Mm. Since they flatten out as big earnings approach. This may be a dumb question, but here goes. Does it make a difference if the long shares and puts for a synthetic position are held in the same account? Still same net position, yes. For a synthetic position, why would you have shares? Long calls and puts? Long call short puts? I don't know what you mean. What kind of position are you building? Are you talking about like a synth long? Forward yield on vol moving up means incentive to go long vol. Yeah, also incentive to short the positive breakout. Thanks, Surfa. Have you spoken at all about the GME small run? Any expectations? I've been selling CCs. I sold some calls earlier for Friday, around like 29-ish. Gamma max is 2850. Upside range is like 3277, but it failed like right when I was looking at it. Has it recovered yet? Or any sign of a recovery? It could chop around there for a bit. That's a pretty hard rejection back to Gamma Max though. Usually those aren't very good. ARB kind of flattened out, so looks like whatever covering they were doing earlier in the day is over. Um, I would say that it could maybe touch like 29 something again though. It did find support at 28. So I get like a lower high. He's probably trying to get into a synth long, but his broker doesn't approve that level of trading. Okay, so synthetic long should be long call, short put, same strike. And since this is a naked put, you would need both options in the same account. Well, I guess you don't have to have both options in the same account, but generally speaking. Being long the shares isn't really ideal. Yeah, you guys have weird fucking rules about CSPs. So you've got to sell a CSP, buy a call. I mean, the leverage kind of sucks. You can do more in TFSAs and still have margin accounts. Yeah, I know you guys have weird limitations on CSP selling for your retirement accounts or certain retirement accounts. I mean, it's it's not technically it's a cash secured like long at that point. They're just like double long. But it's not really a synthetic position if you're buying the underlying. My roommate went long VTI 4 days ago. Did he buy the top? Maybe. Fuck, Kramer's cheerleading Nvidia. I'm not touching the Nvidia earnings. Well, yeah. I mean, I have my like leap puts, but those aren't for earnings specifically. Northern Chicken Bank posting a 3.1 billion loss. Yen or dollars? They expect their annual loss to exceed 9.7 billion. Oh, look at that. They're selling US cash collateral. Awkward. Oh, look at this. The Agricultural Bank is a big investor in CLOs, which are packages of leveraged corporate loans. Its holdings fell to 6.5 trillion as of September from 7.3 trillion yen in June. And the company said it was largely due to redemptions. Norinchukin started losing money on its overseas bond holdings when its foreign currency funding costs surged beyond what it earned from securities following the Fed's aggressive rate hikes in 2022. The bank's bond holdings stood at 26.9 trillion in September, down from 29.8 trillion 3 months earlier. Unrealized losses on bonds are 1.51 trillion in September, dropping from 2.3 trillion 3 months earlier. Norwegian isn't the only bad Japanese bank that suffered losses from foreign bond holdings during the Fed's hiking phase. Revamping of Norwegian's securities holdings is expected to have ramifications on various markets. Did they give out a bunch of leverage for shit that they had to cash out at a loss? Awkward. I heard you had an idiot trade while I was at Costco. How's it doing? Fine. It's at the top of the thing. Moment of silence for one of our homies. Archegos founder Bill Huang sentenced to 18 years in prison. No! I thought Bill got away with it. It was so close. He's gonna get Yellen's job after Trump pardons him. Bill was a real one. Yeah. A true degenerate. I have a lot more respect for guys that blow up their rich clients' money. Bill knows leverage. Trump's gonna give Yellen's job to McDonald's employee. He's just gonna tap like Michael Saylor or yeah. He'll just tap Michael Saylor for the role. Or one of the con artists. What are their names? Um, Dave Ramsey or my broke dad. What's the Asian dude? Robert Kiyosaki. Trades. Can you look at CMPO? Has it gone up 20% in the last 3 days or more? I still have no idea who Ape Andy was. I just know what people have told me about him. He was like some Chinese businessman who lived in a hotel lobby. Oh my god, is he the Asian dude from the GME chat? Taiwanese presenter reporter? So Taiwanese person with a YouTube account? Jay, why are you bullish on falling revenues in a commercial printing company? Do you work for them? Can Bulls get 5,900 here? I sure fucking hope so. He did some correspondence work for some news channel. I just remember him being like, I had to liquidate my GME because the hotel lobby I lived in kicked me out or something. And everyone was like, I don't know if he's a shill or not. Classic. Yeah. Gherkin, did you work in logistics? Are there buzzwords that can float around corporate suits to qualm their prey drive? Oh, yeah. I mean, are you doing like a catering event or are you just trying to get a job in logistics? I can give you some. You got a pen and paper? Ooh, what kind of logistics do they do? I can touch my toes. Thanks for asking. Does that turn you on? Warehouse type. Hmm. Direct to customer or business to business? I need to know, Squamsk. It's important that you don't sound like an idiot. Can you touch your toes while your legs are above your head? Listen, Bert, we're not all as flexible as you, okay? You guys are just trying to get feet pics. You toe ringing? Mm, maybe. Maybe. I really need an answer from Squamsk. I've got all kinds of buzzwords for him. Things like proactive demand forecasting, circular economic practices, carbon footprint minimization, prioritizing vendor relationships. I should go interview for jobs for fun. I saw what you said. I know you're not flexible, Willie. You weren't gonna fool me. Yet you keep going to those hot yoga classes. Why? What about warehouse utilization rates and inventory turnover improvements? Vertical optimization. End-to-end supply chain monitoring for lean logistics strategies that optimize last mile delivery. Why am I shouting? I don't know. I missed Squamp's reply. Clipped. Oh god, I'm Lean 6 certified. Thanks, Mac. 3 accounts with different goals, all beating the S&P by a wide margin year to date. We don't talk about the GME port, but even that one's green now and mostly sold calls, but not 100% because that's dumb. Nice, man. That's awesome. No, you're implementing AI to do those things, obviously. What about like adopting AI and machine learning? That way you can hedge your bet in route planning and supply chain simulation. AI data driven decision making for better delivery timelines that enhance customer experience through seamless implementation of logistic services. I could do this all fucking day. You know how to say you're anti union? You say, this is really good. You say you're empowering frontline logistics teams, but ensuring that budget limits remain constrained. No. I thought Squonsk was a chef, not after today. I'm gonna get him a VP position. They're gonna fire the guy interviewing him. Yeah, bull put credit spreads 58, 80, 75, 95% max profit currently. Nice, dude. Well done. Why is chat turn? I've said AI like 3 times. I even hedged it by also saying machine learning in case the AI you bought doesn't do anything. You'd be like, ah, machine learning, right? Give me 1 second. Money. Yeah, Squamps, let me know if you want a job in investment banking, because I can hook you up with that too. Fucking wow, dude. What? Oh, my 10x debit spreads? We're doing okay. $12x. YouTube algorithm's going crazy right now. Imagine the pickle stream showing up at the top of the list in like 17 different categories now after all this talk. $6K end of day? I still think this is kind of the top. $59.25. I don't know. I still think 10's resistance. Maybe 15. But that's a stretch. Got some momentum, which is nice. How much more could I pick up here? Like another 200 bucks? So money doesn't mean anything to you anymore. It must just be fake numbers on a screen now. I think the thing that's like more rewarding is just being right. Like far more than the monetary return. It's something other than that. But I mean, we're already testing 15. So, the short vol may keep piling in. This isn't bullish. It's a return to mean. Right? If we were at 59.20 was mean last night, right? Where net delta and gamma were basically positive. Ooh. Okay. That's pretty good. I know I'm out of day trades. Do I need to transfer money out of here? I know I transferred money out last week. Okay, cool. Hmm. That was fun. Those spreads were cheap as shit. They're still in the money, technically. Maybe I shouldn't have put a stop on them. Transfer out? What's the account at right now? 16.5. I'd probably shave it down to 5K again. If I let it get too big, I over leverage on like 15 minutes of expiry calls and blow it all up. And then you guys do that and you can't afford to blow it all up. So it's better just to keep the account between like 3 to 5,000. Especially Nuke. So 1003, 368. Oh, damn. Did you have any time in your birthday suit on your birthday? I took a shower before I went out. Yeah, all right, we get it. Sheesh. Just saying. I told everyone back here about the free money. Actually, more specifically, right there. That's 1,000% profit. 10x. Okay, that's it. Cool. So everyone's got a year of pigeon whale. I'm gonna raise the billionaire prices tomorrow and get rid of the pigeon whale level in its entirety. I need to stop paying attention to work and just focus on this. That was two 10x plays in one day. You ask too much. Oh, and I timed the top of GME too. Well, the prior top. Did it run up with this push up? No. Garbage. What did I miss? Big ups? Fuck work. I should just hang out here all day. Can't believe you guys have real jobs. But don't lose them, because your performance is not going to be the same. We've established that. Show them this and tell them to stop complaining. You think that's going to help? The spreads paid out better, just so you know. Because options are overpriced out of the money. I should have just kept all of them open. Never set a stop. I would have made like 5K instead of 3, whatever it was. Alright, alright. I'll share your game porn, Willie. You're gonna have to ask me twice.
BS Forge Ben put their pickle in my jar. Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Thank
you,
Pickle
Pickle Man. You talked me off the
You
ledge
talked
today.
me off the ledge
That last
today.
call printed.
That last call printed.
Thanks, man. See, you guys don't need to go crazy, right? That was what, $600 of risk total? 600 risk with a $2,600 payout. This is what you guys should be focusing on. Risk minimization. And profit maxing. That's what we're going to call it now. We're going to spell it with 2 X's. The out of the money spreads were 55 cents. This one was. I think this one was also 55 cents. Right? Yeah. They were both 55. And then 630. Uh, 163. But you guys, I mean, I feel like a lot of you guys are buying like out of the money options at like $3 in like a 5K account. You can't do that. You'll blow up so fast. And everyone in the SPX channel was giving me shit the other day because I was like 2 to 3% risk per position. Nice, Templars. Well done, dude. What about 40% of net worth? Nice, Mac. I'm glad you guys killed it on it. But there's a lesson to be learned here, not rolling in your minimum wage weekly salary gains. What about 2 to 300% risk? What is this, Binance in 2020? Two to 3% doesn't mean you can only invest 2 to 3% of your account, but it doesn't mean that you can only risk that much. I think they know that by now. That's positional risk, 2 to 3% of your total account. So if you take a $500 position in a $5,000 account, your risk is $1 million. No. It's $100 to $150 drawdown. Now Beefinacci got it, finally. Jesus. Which is what percentage of your position size? $20 to 30%, right? There we go, see? And now you know why I tell you guys 20 to 30% stop losses on appropriately sized positions, not 20 to 30% stop loss on a $5,000 play in your $5,000 account. Who's trading with 5K? You'd be surprised. You'd be very surprised. If ever in the last 3 years there's something needed to be clipped, it's this last 3 minutes of talk. Fine, I'll clip it. You just want to see us poor forever? No, you dipshit. I don't. I'm tired of you guys being poor. It sucks hanging out with poor people. You guys can't do anything fun. You're always constrained by the amount of money you have. Like, oh, that sounds really cool, but I don't want to, like, I don't know if I can handle the burden. Gross. None of you are pontiffs yet. It's ridiculous. It's been 3.5 years. Since Gaff doesn't seem to be here, I'll say it again. Against the gods. Your batting average can be pretty low and still not get wrecked fast. Yeah. So trying to get me to take off my shirt. Did you ever play N64? Not really. I never had one when it was like a thing. Jimmy was supposed to make me billions. I want an investment bank job, but without the 80-hour weeks and still all the pay. Oh, you want to work in private equity? For that interview, you're going to want to say things like stress testing financial models for robust valuation that help identify market dislocations and arbitrage opportunities. Building long-term client partnerships to unlock value while helping clients navigate sector-specific headwinds and tailwinds. I should just tweet this stuff. Integrating ESG frameworks into transaction structuring while using advanced analytics to define opportunities for alpha. Define and identify opportunities for alpha. Oh, God, I'm good. Just, you know what? Honestly, you could just walk in the interview, slap your resume on, like, you know what? Walk in the interview, take your resume, crumple it up in your hand, throw it in their trash can, look them dead in the eye, and say, I will optimize fee capture. Boom, hired on the spot. Also, they'll come in their pants. Alkanos, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Trying to get in at that discount rate? Smart. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you at it after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Will we be grandfathered in? Absolutely not. I'm just gonna raise the price of Dillionaire to punish all the people that became pigeon whales temporarily. I heard you were gonna raise prices. I had to do something. MSTR down $30 in like 10 minutes. They had to use the leverage on equities. Like real equity is not MSTR. I still don't understand why 0DT contract IV is so high, because Nvidia earnings. Also, we just moved up like 40 fucking dollars in 15 minutes. I knew my reckoning was coming. You're neither one. Pickle tariffs? Yeah. I'm working my way up to Pigeon Whale. Nice, done. Why would I give you money? I don't know. Don't. Nvidia earnings has the potential to wreck the market for the rest of the year or pump it. Yep. Is your WeBull frozen? I really hope not. No? It's just the last candle. No, everything's trading. Welcome to Cornichon. Most of the pigeon whales that scream fuck the poor is the loudest have weird infestations in their home and play three-figure positions. There's an element. Thanks, I win losses. Streaming Nvidia earnings? God no. I don't want to listen to them fucking say AI 400 times. I definitely don't want to listen to them say sovereign AI. Ever. We'll take a look at it. So we tested the lower end of the market maker's expected range for today. Bounced back up, closed roughly flat on the day over day. Actually, within like 30 cents of the day over day price. 0 bips on the day. But no realized volatility, so that's cool. What a shit show. A little bit higher support on ES here, but I'm not gonna lie, the bounce still isn't that strong, and Nvidia will obviously have to carry this higher if it does. But we did revert back to mean. So mean reversion before major earnings, which is what we talked about earlier today. We got Dixie up quite a bit today. Interestingly, on the back of a big surge in inflation in the UK this morning, which should have been met with the pound rising, but it was not. The pound fell against the dollar 28 points today. Dollar rose 51, largely against the yen and the euro. Yields at the top end of the curve moved up, and we had the second highest tail on the 20-year auction today that we have seen in the last few years. Commodities up, precious metals underperforming a little bit today after rallying the last couple. Gold still rising, I'm assuming with increased risk in currency spreads. Silver falling, and copper doesn't really count. Oil didn't make any significant gains today. It's still floating just under 70. The the spread in correlation is starting to widen. We're seeing 1 month correlation break down at a slightly faster rate than 3 month correlation, but both are breaking down. So something to keep an eye on. It seems that we're mostly seeing the breakdown in the middle of the day with a bit of mean reversion and correlation into the end of the day. So staying long vol into the overnight session. And that's probably an effect of people positioning, waiting for larger overnight moves, and then shedding those positions at market open. And that's pretty common in uncertain periods like this. Leverage on the carry moving up, obviously with the spread widening. Today, the first day in a while, the forward yield of volatility closing positive. VIX and VIX 3 month both up 500 and 330 points, and VX1 up 330 points as well. So probably an improvement in correlation between VIX cash VIX and then also, a move up in volatility. Some of that, is geopolitical risk with the increased tensions in Ukraine. Some of it is Nvidia earnings. Correlation and bond volatility moving together now, something to watch out for. If they are both increasing at the same rate, that's generally very bearish. That means a selling of long vol positioning in the underlying equity indexes and people going longer bonds, or at least a little bit of sector shift. Could also be very, very short bonds, but skew kind of flat, nothing big there. 53.67% of the S&P and its 20-day moving average, which is kind of where we've been sitting since Friday's close. Not too much change there. VIX up. Don't have. Give me 1 second. I can pop open the. Where is it? Sinus. There we go. Cash VIX VIX futures correlation still declining, but we're starting to see both move up together. So they're still shorting the vol on this increase in volatility. So they're shorting the cash VIX, right? Like, but volatility is increasing. Now remember, I think it's important to understand here that the instruments to trade volatility are not representative of the actual pricing of volatility. They're a calculation based on a spread of out of the money, these spreads of out of the money options, right? And so when we're looking at this correlation, we're looking at vol versus the 30-day expectation of vol. What time does Jensen start jelking? I have no idea. Probably soon. Fed fund futures down to about 0.4 cuts. Still not moving around too much. Looks like the high for the day was like 435, and obviously the big miss on the 20-year auction dragged things down. This is kind of interesting. This is the second consecutive day of decline in the 10-year, 2-year spread. 10-year at 4.48, 4.418, 2-year at 4.321, both going up together, is pushing a reinversion of the yield curve. Obviously, if this falls negative again, that 10-2 would be re-inverted after uninverting due to recent cuts. That's not really bullish. We actually traded inside yesterday's high and low. I mean, another bounce off the 30 EMA. It's getting a little bit closer to spot at the bottom. But a weaker bounce, and with a little bit less volume traded in the upper range than we saw yesterday. So bulls weakening on multiple tests of the EMA 30, which is roughly around 58.50. If that level were to be lost, we would be looking to a failure at 57.67, probably pretty directly. So important, keep an eye on that. Obviously, a breakout above 59.38 would be bullish. That's also above our gamma neutral on the monthly. What time does Jensen start joking? Maple, welcome to Zillionaire. Or welcome back. I guess it's lapsed. Thank you. Thanks, dude. Yeah, no problem. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Should we check out Nvidia before I go? Has it done anything? Looks like it's flat in aftermarket. When they announce they're probably like 415 when they announce EPS, right? Yeah. Nasdaq's gonna push back their earnings announcements to like 415 or 430 if they keep having like a massive impact on the market. That's why like Apple used to have a really big impact on indexes when they announced earnings at close, and they just kept like pushing back their earnings until it was like now. I think now it's at like 530. That's like after futures is closed. Smart on their end, to be honest. Well, these companies have such huge market caps that the impact is enormous, right? Especially if a big chunk of their market cap is lost during their earnings. Lost or gained, I guess. Yeah, so it's just chopping until we get some kind of... It'll be out in a minute. We'll talk about it in the Discord. Anyway, have a good night, guys. Later.